Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to welcome you all to the special meeting of council as the shareholder of the St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation for September 22nd, 2025. The Deputy Clerk has advised there are no amendments to the agenda, so can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Harris, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, I will now look to the Deputy Clerk for the reasons for moving to closed session.
There are two items of the closed session. Item 4.1, Agreement of Purchase and Sale, 8 Gale Crescent and 29 Riordan Street, and 4.2, Joint Venture Agreement and Shareholder Loan, 6 to 8 Academy Street. Both items are closed session pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, Section 25-23(2)I, a trade, secret, or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization.
Can I have a motion to go in camera? Councillor Harris, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Away we go. And we are back. Thank you, everybody. Motion arising from the closed session, 5.1, agreement of purchase and sale, 8 Gale Crescent and 29 Riordan Street. Can I have a counselor to move this? I have Counselor Lindell. And does someone want to go grab the seconder from the back? Okay, well, if he's not there, he's not there. Who wants to be the seconder on this one? Counselor, yeah, I'm going to go with Counselor Stevens. All right, are there any questions? All right, seeing no questions, all those in favor? What's that? Oh, because we have to use the same rules, that's right. Okay, so this is a recorded vote. Oh, it is seconded by Counselor Miller, wonderful.
Yeah. Okay, on the vote, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson, okay. Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Mako,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
and that's carried.
And then on 5.2, joint venture agreement and shareholder loan, 6 to 8 Academy Street. Moving this is Counselor Ratzlaff, seconding is Counselor McPherson. Look to the clerk.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Absolutely.
Counselor Mako, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge, Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
and that's carried.
Counselor, how was it? How was it? It was carried? Unanimously, thank you. Is there any other business? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion to adjourn this shareholder meeting of the MDC? Counselor Dodge, Counselor Harris, all those in favor? Opposed? We are done. Council will now recess until 6 p.m., at which point the regular council meeting will begin. Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, September the 22nd, 2025. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada.
Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Lindell for the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Attawandaronk, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples, made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. On to the Mayor's report, and I want to thank everybody for being here this evening. I'll start with some sad news. It's with sadness that I report that Suzanne Martin, the City of St. Catharines aquatic fitness instructor, passed away on September the 19th, 2025. On behalf of Council and City staff, we offer our deepest sympathies to Suzanne's family and friends. There are a number of news updates to bring this week. Last weekend, I was pleased to join the community at the 3rd annual Hope in Motion in support of the Hotel du Shaver Foundation. Hope in Motion is a mobility inclusive event that celebrates the strength and spirit of past and present patients from Hotel du Shaver. This event was a great success, surpassing their fundraising goal and raising more than $64,000 in support of patient care equipment. After the Hope in Motion event, I had the pleasure of attending the Antique and Classic Car Club of Canada's Tour of Yesteryear Car Show. The vehicles ranged in age from as early as the 1930s to as new as the 1990s, and they came from across Ontario. I had the opportunity to present the Mayor's Choice Award for the car that fascinated me the most, which is probably good because I don't have a whole lot of knowledge of classic cars. My selection was a 1958 Buick LeSabre. I also had the opportunity to get behind the wheel of a 1955 Mercury Montclair, which was both terrifying and a lot of fun. After driving the Mercury, all I can say to the classic car lovers out there is that I think I get it now. Special thank you to Paul Denter for the invitation to attend. After the car show, I was pleased to attend the New Heights event in support of Quest Community Health Center at 13th Street Winery. New Heights is a signature fundraising event supporting Quest CHC's mission to provide equitable, culturally responsive healthcare to underserved populations in Niagara. Proceeds from the event help support Quest's seasonal agricultural worker healthcare program and Niagara Helps. That's the Homeless Emergency Liaison peer support. As part of the event, we had the opportunity to take a hot air balloon ride to soar to new heights above the vineyards. My favorite part was when the basket touched back down on the ground. I actually terrified of heights. Last Sunday, I joined the community at the annual Terry Fox Run in Port Dalhousie. It was an amazing, wait a minute, I'm gonna back up for a second. So with New Heights, I should also thank Councillors Dodge, who else was with me? And Councillor Mako. Oh, and Councillor McPherson wasn't able to make it, yes. So we all went up in the balloon together, and my chief of staff. Last Sunday, I joined the community at the annual Terry Fox Run in Port Dalhousie. I was joined by Councillors Williamson and Mako. Amazing turnout, and for the first time ever, the event passed the $100,000 mark. I want to give a big thank you to the organizing committee and the volunteers, all the participants for making this year's event a huge success, honoring the legacy of Terry Fox and raising much needed funds. Earlier this month, the St. Catharines Fire Combat Team played host to the 2025 FireFit National and World Championships. And I hope everybody had a chance to get out and check that out at Seymour Hanna. Competitors from across Canada, as well as international athletes from the US, Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Czech Republic, and Britain competed in the event, where athletes complete firefighting tasks while racing the clock. Our very own St. Catharines Fire Department team had a very impressive showing. They won 5 of the national championship awards. Special shout out to firefighter Daryl Amos, who set a new over 40 world record and broke the record of former St. Catharines firefighter Mike Gilbert's long-standing St. Catharines fire combat record of 1 minute 17.87 seconds. Daryl ran the course in 1 minute 15.14 seconds. He also teamed up with Ryan Coughlin to set a new world record in the men's Tech 2 relay, and not to be outdone, then won the gold medal with the men's relay team along with Coughlin, Mike Mazzotti, and Anthony Stranges. So congratulations to the entire team. Thank you to all of the volunteers who helped host a fantastic event. Last week, I had the pleasure of bringing greetings from the city to the athletes and coaches participating in the 2025 World Junior Girls Golf Championship hosted at the St. Catharines Golf and Country Club. The Republic of Korea defended their title, becoming the first back-to-back champions in tournament history. Canada had 2 teams in the event, with Canada 1 finishing as runner-up to the Korean team and Canada 2 finishing 6th overall. In the individual championship, England's Charlotte Naughton held on to win the gold medal. And I want to give a big thank you to Doug Getty and Cameron Thin of the St. Catharines Golf and Country Club for bringing this World Championship to St. Catharines. Last week, I was pleased to attend the Grape Growers Annual Celebrity Luncheon featuring inspiring words from Canadian icon Dr. Hayley Wickenheiser. Okay, and hands up because I know there was a bunch of us there. Who else was at the Grape Growers Luncheon? Okay. It's not often that you find yourself listening to someone with the resume quite like Hayley Wickenheiser. She was fantastic to hear speak. She's a 4-time Olympic gold medalist, a 7-time world champion. She's a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame, widely considered the best female hockey player of her generation, and she is also now an emergency room doctor. I want to thank her for sharing her story and for continuing to inspire us all. And I want to thank the Grape Growers of Ontario for hosting a great event, and congratulations to the newest Grape King, Augusta Van Moyen, the vineyard manager at Taw's Winery. I mispronounced a bunch of things in there, my apologies. This past Thursday, I was pleased to officially open the new Merritt branch of the library, located at 221 Glendale Avenue in the Niagara Penn Center. The new space marks a significant upgrade in both size and amenities, offering nearly 10,000 square feet of modern library space. In the first 10 days of opening, the new location issued 179 new library cards, welcomed more than 3,000 patrons through their doors. As an avid reader, this makes me happy. Special thanks to our library staff, the board, and to the donors who made this new space possible. I encourage everyone to check it out. Fantastic new location at the Penn Center. This past Saturday, I joined the Friends of Malcolmson Eco Park, fellow councillors, Pauline Dardarian and family, to dedicate the planting of a sugar maple tree in memory of Councillor Carlos Garcia. The tree will stand not only as a memorial, but as a reminder that one person acting with quiet conviction and deep care can make a city stronger. On behalf of all of us who had the honor to know him, work alongside him, or simply benefit from his public service, thank you, Carlos. You are missed but never forgotten. We then headed down the pathway at Malcolmson Eco Park to rededicate a plaque that celebrates the life and legacy of a truly remarkable woman, Mary Malcolmson. Mary Malcolmson was a tireless advocate for community and nature. She was born in Ireland, raised here in Canada, and she made St. Catharines her home. We're all the better for it. In 1910, she founded the very first Canadian Girl Guide company at the historic Welland House. That act alone placed St. Catharines on the map as the birthplace of guiding in Canada, a movement that has since empowered generations of girls to grow into strong, confident, and compassionate leaders. Also on Saturday, I had the pleasure of attending the 80th anniversary celebrations for the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 350, located in Port Dalhousie. I was joined by Councillor Dodge, Councillor Williamson, and Councillor Mako. The ceremony gave us the opportunity to celebrate 80 years while also giving us a moment to reflect on the sacrifices made and to honor the service of those who came before us to defend the values we all hold dear. I want to thank the members of Branch 350 for their continued dedication to veterans and to strengthening the fabric of our city. Yesterday, I was pleased to join the community in celebrating the 10th anniversary of the FirstOntario Performing Arts Centre in the heart of our downtown. Since opening in 2015, the PAC has become a cornerstone for arts and entertainment in our community, hosting an incredible variety of performances and events that bring people together and celebrate our cultural vibrancy. Here's to many more years of creativity, connection, celebration, and of course, amazing performances. Last week, I was pleased to join the folks from the Big Brothers Big Sisters to raise their flag at City Hall to recognize and celebrate the impact of the Big Brothers Big Sisters Month and the life-changing mentorship provided to children and youth across Niagara. The flag raising honors the dedication of volunteer mentors and highlights the positive difference these relationships make in our community while encouraging others to get involved and support local youth. Right now, there are more than 300 youth on the waiting list to be matched, so more mentors are desperately needed. Be sure to check out their website for more information. And earlier this month, I attended the grand opening of Physipod, located at 199 Welland Avenue, Unit B. This is a fitness studio designed specifically for adults 50 plus to focus on strength, mobility, balance, and overall well-being. Congratulations to co-owners Kelsey Peters and Molly O'Donnell, and based on the incredible turnout at their grand opening, a lot of support from their current clients, family, and friends, we have no doubt that Physipod will be a huge success. Thank you for investing in St. Catharines. Couple of upcoming events. Fire Prevention Week is October 5th to October 11th. This is an annual public safety campaign established to promote awareness and education about fire prevention and safety. The National Fire Protection Association's 2025 theme, Charge into Fire Safety, Lithium-ion Batteries in Your Home, works to educate everybody about using these batteries safely. The campaign stresses how important it is to buy, charge, and recycle safely when it comes to lithium-ion batteries. And the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival, Canada's oldest and largest wine festival, is upon us. Join the fun from September 25th to 28th at Montebello Park for 4 days of pure Niagara magic, where tradition meets taste in the heart of wine country. You can sample over 100 VQA wines from more than 20 local wineries. You can indulge in delicious local cuisine, and you can enjoy live music all weekend under the trees. Free admission Friday through Sunday with VIP upgrades for purchase, and I hope to see everybody out on the parade route this Saturday for the annual Grand Parade that begins at 11 a.m. Please don't forget your non-perishable food items to donate to community care. You can check out the Grape and Wine website and social media pages for more info. And then my final note today, congratulations to the Niagara Ice Dogs, who picked up their first win in their first home game yesterday, 5-1 over Sudbury, and the newest rookie, Ryerson Edgar, scored a hat trick in his first time out. So congrats to Chris Barch and the coaching staff for their first win after a long offseason. Are there any councillors who want to add to the mayor's report today? Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to bring to light a couple of milestones in businesses in Meryton. Vidal's Hairstyling is celebrating their 60th anniversary in Meryton on Queenston Street. They've been there through thick and thin and through the last 12 years of no business on Queenston Street because of the hospital leaving. I also want to say congratulations to the Meryton Community Pharmacy. They're celebrating their 20th anniversary in Meryton, and they've become an integral part of the fabric of the community. They not only sponsor everything, but they also sponsor kids to swim for free if you're under 13 at the Meryton Pool, which I think is fantastic in the summertime. The Queenston Harvest Fest is on October the 4th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at St. Barnabas Church. They're going to have a free barbecue, vendors, clothing, fire trucks, and a bike giveaway. And we also had a tree planting in Secord Woods on Saturday, and it was very well received, and we had a lot of fun.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On last Thursday, with Start Me Up has partnered with Toolbox Niagara. You were there as well. And it's now called the Toolbox Project. So they get little bags together with toiletries and different sundries and everything. And I think their goal this year was somewhere, what do you want, 1,500? It was really up there this year. Started very small in James Simmons' garage in his living room, and it's growing. It's unfortunate that we have a need that we need to do that, but there's some great people doing that, and now partnering with Start Me Up, it'll even run better. Couple small things, well, not small. Henley House, they had a 22-year anniversary, so they had a staff recognition the other day. They've had staff there. They actually had 2 staff members that would have been there for the whole 22 years, so they honor their staff every year, 5, 10, 15, 20. So that was really nice. Henley House there, and they really take care of their residents, and they do a good job. Also, I have to throw in the St. George's Ward there. Claire Derma, 300 Bunting Road, had their 8th anniversary. You would have thought it was their 50th. They went the way they celebrated and had an open house, and they've been, as they say, I forget their motto, and clear skins and everything for the last 8 years. A really good place, and it's a great business, and you know, to honor it at 8 years is still good. 8 years, any businesses nowadays that are growing and growing every year, it's awesome. So kudos to them. And one more shout out, the Grantham Lions famous fish fries are back Friday, October 3rd, November 7th, and December 5th. So mark it in your calendars, they're back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank the Port Dalhousie Beautification and Works Committee volunteers. They hosted an excellent series of summer concerts, with the final one coming up this Saturday evening. It's a bit of a special one. It's a tribute concert called A Concert for Carlos. So it's a free concert, but donations are accepted, and they will all support our parquet project, which is being built now and adjacent to the stage in honor of Carlos Garcia. The band will be Public House, who's playing on the Lock 1 stage, and it starts at 7 p.m. this Saturday. So time to go to the Grape and Wine Parade in the morning and still make it to the concert for Carlos in the evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mako, for filling our clipboard of fun. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. A couple quick public service announcements. The Port Dalhousie Lions Club has their monthly spaghetti dinner a week Wednesday, October the 1st at their hall on Main Street. And then the Grantham Optimist Autumn Trivia Night is Friday, October the 18th, so get your team together for that one. And the MC is the legendary Mike Balsam. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for the additions to the mayor's report. We will move on now to the adoption of the agenda, and I will look to the clerk.
The following amendment has been made to the agenda. Councillor McPherson has requested that council approve the addition of a closed session item not appearing on the agenda this evening. The topic is the FirstOntario Performing Arts Centre, and per council's procedure bylaw, section H2, a closed meeting regarding any matter not appearing on the agenda shall only be conducted upon a motion first duly put and passed by unanimous vote. If the motion to suspend the rules passes, then council will consider the matter under the closed session portion of the agenda. And the following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder. Confidential memorandum from the Director of Community, Recreation and Culture Services regarding update regarding St. Catharines Saints proposal.
All right, so we have a motion. The council approve the addition of a closed session item regarding FirstOntario Performing Arts Centre not appearing on the agenda in accordance with procedural bylaw 2024-155, section H2. This is being moved by Councillor McPherson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried unanimously. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Harris, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on September the 8th, 2025. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Kushner, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Right, seeing none, we will move to consent reports. And the motion is the council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor Townsend, and I will now look to the clerk.
Today's consent agenda is item 8.1, Financial Management Services Capital Project Report for second quarter ended June 30th, 2025. 8.2, Financial Management Services 2025 Second Quarter Operating Financial Update. Item 8.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk 2026 Schedule of Meetings for City Council and Budget Standing Committee. Item 8.4, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk Timeline and Process for the 2026 Readoption Budgets. And item 8.5, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Recreation and Culture Programs, the St. Catharines Museum Compact Storage Capital Budget Request. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
Counselor Stevens,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Mako,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, our declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right of everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the corporation of the City of St. Catharines. So moving on to our public meetings, we start with 9.1, Planning and Building Services. Planning Services, recommendation for applications to amend official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 185 to 191 Bunting Road, and a portion of 189 Dieppe Road. The applicant is Smart Centers REIT. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the recommendation for the applications to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. If a specified person or public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to council prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If a person does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to the council decision, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the recommendation for applications to amend official plan and zoning bylaw 2013-283, subject lands 185 to 191 Bunting Road, and a portion of 189 Dieppe Road, applicant Smart Centers REIT. The agent will then speak and council will have opportunity to ask questions. Members of the public wishing to delegate on this matter were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. Those in the gallery that would like to speak will be permitted to do so after the consultant has made their presentation. The deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and no comments were received. The public meeting will at that time be closed, and council will be able to ask staff questions and will consider the motion. So at this point, I will declare the public meeting is now open. And just for those in the gallery, for your understanding, we do have a planning application that we have to deal with before much of the rest of the agenda this evening. So that is what we were doing at this time. And I will call upon Alexa Cooper, Senior Planner, to present on this issue.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco. Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Alexa Cooper, and I'm here tonight to present staff's recommendation report for the Dieppe and Bunting official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of the application is to amend the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to add additional uses and carry forward existing permissions on the property. I do want to highlight that this is a policy exercise and there's no physical development proposed at this time for the property. A bit of background. In 2009, an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment were approved for a shopping center anchored by a Walmart. The lands continue to benefit from the special policies and provisions that were approved at the time to implement the project. The applicant has requested that those special policies and provisions be carried forward in addition to adding new permitted uses on the property. Here's a location map of the subject lands, which includes a portion of 189 Dieppe Road, as mentioned, in addition to 185, 189, and 191 Bunting Road. They're about 10 hectares in size with significant frontage on both Dieppe and Bunting. The applicant also owns some land fronting onto Nielsen Avenue, which you can kind of see outlined there in grayish blue color. But that portion is not subject to tonight's application. Oh no. There we go. Here you can see some images of the subject lands today. The large portion of 189 Bunting is currently vacant. There's a few vacant buildings along Bunting and then one occupied as well. Here's some images of the surrounding uses, which are primarily industrial. And then, of course, the QEW is located to the south of the property. Again, as mentioned, there's no development proposed as part of the applications. The amendments propose to permit and facilitate essentially car dealerships, hotels, motels, and light industrial uses. In addition, they propose to carry forward existing permissions for commercial buildings, apartment buildings, and mixed-use buildings. The city's official plan currently designates the property community commercial and is subject to a special policy. The official plan amendment requests to redesignate the lands arterial commercial with an amendment to the special policy to facilitate those permitted uses they're looking to include on the lands. The lands are currently zoned community commercial with a special provision 78, in addition to 191 Bunting Road being subject to a holding provision. Sorry, it's jumping a bit on me. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone the property to arterial commercial to expand the range of permitted uses on site and encourage the development of an underutilized property. The rezoning will have the effect of maintaining existing permitted uses, as mentioned, expanding the range of permitted commercial uses, and adding light industrial as a permitted use. Special Provision 78 will carry forward existing provisions as well as clarify a few, in addition to concentrating self-storage uses on the property and applying outdoor storage regulations to light industrial uses. The applications were circulated to city departments and external agencies for review. Overall, no objections were received. Both CRCS and MTO recommending zoning requirements related to landscaping that planning staff can address through the site plan control process, and as such, we haven't recommended them as part of the application. An open house was held at City Hall on August 26, 2005. We had one person in attendance who was supportive of the application. Staff have evaluated the proposal against the policies of the provincial planning statement, the Niagara official plan, and the Garden City plan, and have determined the proposal is consistent with and conforms to the applicable policies, as you can see outlined on this slide. In conclusion, staff recommend the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment be approved as outlined in staff's report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cooper. This time I will call upon Sarah Knoll, GSP Group, and Mohammed Zaidi, the owner representative, to present.
Of the Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Mohammed Zaidi, and I am the Director of Development at Smart Centers. I'm here tonight with my colleagues Gaurav Dhaliwal and Grant Gonzalez to request your support for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application presented by the staff member. Smart Centers is one of Canada's largest fully integrated real estate investment trusts, with 197 strategically located properties in communities across the country, providing convenient and affordable retail options to the residents we serve. We have been an active partner and operator in the city of St. Catharines for over 30 years. With the community's support, we have expanded our presence and currently operate 4 thriving shopping centers totaling over 1.2 million square feet of commercial space across Ward 1, 2, and 3, creating over 3,000 jobs in these communities in total. Regarding our application before you today, the subject property consists of 30 acres featuring 3 buildings along Bunting Road and an empty 22 acres parcel at 189 Dieppe Road, which was previously home to Franti Packard Transformers Manufacturing. Over the years, we have witnessed the city's growth and natural development in this vibrant employment area. However, the current community commercial zoning has presented us with some challenges and prevented us from responding to the market opportunities. We believe the proposed use permissions will unlock the full potential of this site and will bring much economic value to the community. We are seeking your support in granting the additional use permissions and as recommended by staff today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the staff for their support and guidance through this process. With that, I'll pass over to our planner, Sarah Cole, from GSP, to provide further remarks about the site and our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Chair, members of council. We have a very, very brief slide presentation and a little bit of duplication of what Alexa had presented. My name is Sarah Knoll, and I'm a registered professional planner with GSP Group, the planning consultant. You can start on slide 3, actually. I have read the staff report, and I agree with the recommendation to approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. So this slide is the site's location at the northwest corner of Dieppe Road and Bunting Road. 4 parcels are included, parcels 2, 3, and 4 front Bunting Road, with parcel 1 as the largest parcel. The application includes only those lands of parcel 1 within the red limits, excluding the portion that fronts along Nelson Avenue. The reason for this exclusion is that the portion that fronts along Nelson Avenue is within the region's employment area and is designated and zoned separate from the lands part of this application. Parcel 2 at the corner contains an existing vacant building. Parcel 3 just north above the corner parcel has a part supplier company in the building. Parcel 4 has a landscaping company. Parcel 1, again, is the largest parcel and is undeveloped. These aerial photos also show a building at the northeast corner of Nelson Avenue and Dieppe Road, outside of the blue highlighted area, and that building has recently been demolished and the site is vacant. So the next slide is adding to the adjacent land uses. These are images of uses surrounding the site. The 3 images on the left side, A, E, and F, are all businesses along Bunting Road. The images on the right, image B, is the commercial plaza north of the site on Welland Avenue, and image D are businesses west of the site on the west side of Nelson Avenue, and image G is looking south at the elevated portion of the highway. So my last slide, the next slide, outlines the proposal, which is to permit the 3 industrial uses on the site, as Alexa said: light industrial, hotel, motel, and motor vehicle sales. These approvals tonight do not include design or development of the site, such as a site plan. Permitting the additional uses represent good land use planning and should be approved, as the staff report also indicates that the proposal is consistent with the policies of the provincial planning statement and conforms with policies of the regional official plan and city official plan once amended. The approval will add additional uses to generate expanded interest in hopes to obtain tenants on an underutilized site. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate you coming in today. You mentioned, Mr. Mohammed mentioned that there were some challenges with the commercial side of things. I wonder if you can just kind of touch about, some of the challenges that you were facing and why the rezoning needs to happen.
Absolutely. The challenge that we have here with this site is it actually used to be zoned for employment use, and then it was converted to commercial because we're looking to bring Walmart to that pocket. However, that didn't materialize, and the surrounding area around us is mainly industrial. So commercial use presented some challenges. but lately we've had car dealerships, light industrial operators approaching us for that land, and we think that it will be compatible with the primary industrial surrounding area.
Thank you for that. My next question is, do Smart Centers, do you have a plan to develop it, or are you looking to sell it to potentially a new buyer who will build a dealership? Is that in your plan?
We are open to both options. At the moment, we are just looking to get that uplift on the zoning, and if we find a right operator, we might joint venture with them. We've done that throughout our history with Walmart, with Smart Stop, with Riviera. So.
Thank you. And just last question. Currently, it is for sale, correct? The land is available
Yes.
for sale?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have both for lease and for sale sign.
Okay, so we're open to a partnership
Yeah.
or open to, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned that Franti Packard previously was there, and they specialized in making transformers and some of the chemicals that went along with them. Is the site, now shovel-ready for potential tenants?
Yes. So this site has a record of site condition, especially the site that used to be the home to Franti Packard. 189 Bunting Road has the clearance, record of site condition for commercial and industrial use. There is a holding on 191 Bunting Road, which is fronting Bunting, and that is being addressed right now. We hired a contractor, environmental contractor, to start the process.
Excellent, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
And the expansion to light industrial uses, hopefully one of the benefits of that should be some employment, more potential for some employment?
Yeah, we're looking to bring, I mean, it's not like us to have a site sitting idle in an urban environment. So we are really looking for this uplift in zoning so that we can respond to the market opportunities out there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for the presentation. Is there anybody in attendance who wishes to speak on this matter? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Harris, Councillor Mako. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. This public meeting is now closed and the council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Can I have a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Stevens. At this time, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to staff on this. Changing the zoning on this, I know Director York and his team worked really hard on the renaming of this incredible design district. I'm just wondering if changing the rezoning on this has any impact in taking away with what the city's goals were in this whole corridor.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, no impact at all.
Okay, thank you for that. And then one more question to staff. Changing the zoning on this is, some could see this as a simple way of the owner of the land just looking to sell the land for more money. Is this changing the zoning on this? Does this make this land more valuable, or would it still maintain its current value?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I can't really comment on the value of the land. At the end of the day, we make decisions based off of good planning practices, and it's staff's opinion that the change in the zone is a good planning practice.
Okay, thank you for that. Look forward to supporting this, Mr. Mayor. And this site has been sitting idle for a long time, and it's one of the primary sites as you come over the Skyway and see it, and there's not much happening on it. So if changing the zoning on this does bring in either a partnership or allow Smart Centers to build something extravagant on the site, so be it. So looking forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it was awesome. Good job by staff to work with the owners of the land. It's been vacant for way too long. Part brownfield as well, and then there's a lot of vacant businesses there on Bunting Road that have been boarded up for a long time. Just one question I have to staff. If the change, and it goes from light industrial, commercial, it could be a hotel. I guess there's things in place, so whatever became of the land, like if it ended up being industrial, part of it, we wouldn't want a hotel and apartment beside it. So down the road, there's things in place that we want the land to be like the same with everything. We don't want to have a hotel beside somebody making something a noise all night type of thing, right? So we have safeties in place for something like that down the road type of thing?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, the province has issued what's called the D6 guidelines, and they recommend separation distances between Class 1 industrial uses and other sensitive uses such as hotels or residential. The site is rather large, so if those uses were to ever exist on the property together, staff would use that as guidance for making sure that there's appropriate mitigation measures between the uses, distances, buffering, things of that nature.
Perfect, yeah. I think after, I think what the owners are doing is a great idea to get the things in place for whether they're going to develop or somebody else commercial. I mean, after the twinning of the Skyway, this is going to be a great location for a business of any kind. The high visibility coming down off the Skyway is a plus to anybody. So I think it's a great job, and thanks by everybody.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions or comments at this time, there is a motion on the floor, and I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That is carried.
All right, moving on to item 10, presentations. We'll start 10.1, presentation from the student leaders at École élémentaire catholique Immaculée Conception, École élémentaire catholique Sainte-Marguerite-Bourgeois, and Esteban Barajas Garcia, the 2026 Folk Arts Ambassador, regarding the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Francophone Flag. So I will call upon Melinda Chartrand, the French Catholic Trustee for St. Catharines, Daisy Tekeng Wagoum, a grade 5 student from St. Marguerite Bourgeois, and Esteban Barajas Garcia, a grade 12 student at Saint Jean de Brébeuf, and our Folk Arts Ambassador from Club Bristol to present. The lectern is yours. I hope I didn't butcher the French pronunciation too poorly.
Thank you. So on behalf of the members around this table, the presentation will be in English, just for Mark. Merci. Donc, it is a pleasure to be here with you this evening. We've been sharing some of our new flags, flags for your pleasure and to keep in your office next year, all year long. Thank you very much. So this September 25th, 2025, Ontario is celebrating the 50th anniversary of the very first raising of the Franco-Ontarian flag, which took place on September 25th, 1975, at the University of Sudbury, where my husband was hanging out. This milestone moment is both a celebration of our past, a recognition of our present, and a commitment to our future. It pays tribute to the legacy of those who shaped our history, while highlighting the strength and passion of our youth, who continue to promote the French language with conviction. The 50th anniversary of the Franco-Ontarian flag is an opportunity to celebrate a vibrant and diverse Francophone community rooted in all aspects of our society, from education to culture, business to public services. It is a moment of pride where Francophones and Francophiles recognize themselves in a shared identity. So there's the photo of the first flag-raising ceremony at the University of Sudbury. In the Grand Hall of the Laurentian University, Gaétan Gervais and Michel Dupuis sat down at the drawing board and proposed this flag that was raised for the first time on September 25th in front of the university.
Hello, everybody. My name is Esteban. Bienvenue. Since 2010, September 25th has been designated as the official Franco-Ontarian Day. Over 750,000 French-speaking citizens live in Ontario, making it the largest Francophone community outside of the province of Quebec. This day of awareness to the situation of Franco-Ontarians is to celebrate and to emphasize the anniversary of our flag and the presence of our Francophone community. For this historic moment, a regional committee, in collaboration with several community organizations and French schools in the Niagara region, Conseil Scolaire Viamonde and Conseil Scolaire Catholique Avenir, the region of Niagara is proud to have events across the region once again this year. The green and white flag represents who we are as a community, with green for our forests, white for our winters, and the trillium and the fleur de lis to show the union of Ontario and francophonie. It is largely known across Ontario and elsewhere in Canada, and it represents over 400 years of French presence in Ontario. In 1951, the first French school in St. Catharines opened its first bilingual classroom in the old St. Christophe school by the cathedral. Each year, they added another class until September 1965, where we finally moved into the old St. Nicholas School while building the new École Immaculée Conception with over 400 students, where Madame Chartrand attended in her youth and I attended a few years ago.
I was only 39 now.
Hello, my name is Daisy, and I just need to ask one question. Esteban, 50 years. Is that old? I attend École Saint-Marguerite-Bourgeois, and I love my school, which opened in 1990. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of years. I can speak French and English fluently, and I'm very lucky. For the 50th anniversary of our beautiful flag, several Francophone artists from across Ontario worked together to create a new inclusive version of the song that represents us, the youth of Ontario. We are going to have so much fun on Thursday for the flag-raising ceremony at 10:15 a.m. here at the City Hall, and then at Saint-Amar back to École Immaculée Conception for a traditional kitchen party. Do you know what Saint-Amar means?
A lot of noise.
So I'll just say, normally I don't allow noise from the gallery, but I'll overlook it this time.
I hope you'll join us and can sing Mon beau drapeau. We gave you copies of the words so you can practice.
Today, we have a very vibrant community with numerous organizations, as you see listed here. I represent the Club La Salle at the 2025 Folk Arts Festival, and next year I will have the honor as Ambassador of the Year, and representing the numerous cultural organizations at the 2026 Amazing Folk Arts Festival. There is a new generation of Franco-Ontarians that represent the diversity of our region and the province of Ontario. New curriculum resources have been created for the school boards, and a new inclusive version of this song has been recently updated. May I have your permission to share with you, Mr. Mayor?
What am I going to do? Am I going to say no? Go ahead.
Thank you.
That's the original author of the original song.
Ils ont fait souche dans ce pays blanc.
Ils ont su donner tellement d'enfants qui, une fois devenus grands,
ont résisté aux conquérants.
je te chante mon beau drapeau.
Des Franco de l'Ontario.
Je te
Thank you. So Robin, there's just that one little paragraph you can prepare for on Thursday. And once again, we want to thank the city for your support through the Cultural Investment Program. That's really helping supporting the activities on Thursday and on Saturday at the Club La Salle for family festivities. So thank you once again for receiving our young students of the future.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the presentation. Are there any questions for our presenters? All right, seeing none, thank you again for the presentation this evening.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.
I don't usually allow clapping either, but can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, we're on to discussion reports. We will start up first with 11.1 Financial Management Services and the Administrative Penalty System Review and Special Event Parking Rate Increases. Prior to discussing the report, I'll call upon Lisa Reed, the Parking Supervisor, for opening remarks. Ms. Reed?
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Tonight we wanted to provide you a summary overview of the recommendations that are before you this evening for approval. Staff have completed a comprehensive review of the city's administrative penalty system and special event parking fee structure. Please note the following recommendations apply to the penalty amounts and do not affect the daily parking rates. The last time the City of St. Catharines increased its parking fines was on January 1st of 2016. Since that time, no further adjustments have been made, despite increases in operating costs and changes in enforcement practices. As part of this review, staff compared St. Catharines' penalty amount with those of several comparator municipalities in the Niagara region and across Ontario. The findings were clear. Our current fines are, on average, 42% lower than those charged in comparable municipalities. The significant gap means that our penalties may not be serving as a strong enough deterrent to non-compliance, while others placing greater reliance on the general tax levy to support parking operations. Updating our fines will not only bring us closer in line with our comparators, but it will also project a estimated revenue of $166,000 as additional annual revenue. This revenue will go directly towards supporting parking operations and reducing the draw on the general tax levy. Bringing St. Catharines' fine structure closer to the municipal comparators will achieve three key objectives: encourage compliance, Higher penalty amounts will enforce the importance of following parking regulations and support improved turnover of spaces, promote fairness. Aligning with other municipalities ensures our enforcement system is consistent and equitable for residents and visitors, and support financial sustainability. The additional 166 in projected revenue will strengthen the long-term sustainability of the parking budget. The report also recommends adjustments to the special event parking fees, increasing the base rate to $10 with a rate of $15 for the David S. Howe lot. In addition, the dynamic pricing model for large-scale events will continue to be applied. These changes will support cost recovery and ensure that event-related expenses are shared more fairly between organizers and attendees. In summary, the adjustment is long overdue. Aligning our fines with comparator municipalities will strengthen compliance, improve fairness, and strengthen the long-term sustainability of our parking system. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my overview comments.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Reed. And before we discuss the report, we'll hear a delegation from Kat Dodge, the Executive Director of the St. Catharines Downtown Association. Kat, welcome back. The lectern is yours.
No. Oh, please. I'm trying to get not invited back. Good evening. Thank you for having me. Special thank you to Mayor Cisco and our council and staff. My name is Kat Dodge. I'm the Executive Director for the St. Catharines Downtown Association, which we represent over 500 businesses in the downtown. A parking conversation for us started over the Labor Day weekend when special event parking was applied downtown for the Some Kind of Festival. First, I want to acknowledge and thank staff and our downtown councilors for responding quickly and staying in close contact with us and taking our concerns very seriously. That weekend, many downtown lots sat empty, staffed only by security, while employees and visitors arrived surprised by $20 rates announced just days before. Labor Day weekend is already known as a very slow weekend in the downtown, and this last-minute change amplified our frustration. Moments like the Labor Day weekend, they ripple outward, reinforcing the perception that parking is difficult in the downtown. And for downtown, perception is a scary reality. If people think parking is difficult, they won't come. This was also the first event for Some Kind of Festival. They specifically chose St. Catharines over Toronto. It's the kind of event that we hope to see more of in St. Catharines, and they want to keep returning year after year. This is exactly the type of event that I hope we can continue to help to grow. After these conversations were had, we were advised that a report would be coming to City Council. We were really grateful for that and for all of the support with staff and council. In regards to the report, we are aware that City Council passed a series of recommendations back in June following an extensive parking study. And that report did include increases to special event parking and fees that would be coming within the next year. However, the report was unexpected as it was missing the issue that had been top of mind for our downtown businesses. The one-off $20 special event parking, such as what happened on the Labor Day weekend, had not been addressed in the report. Instead, it focused on rate increases, which, though were somewhat expected under the circumstances, it felt like poor timing. I've had a lot of feedback from our members that they would have liked time to consider the rates were coming before they came to council so that we could address other issues before we discussed them. Since it wasn't covered in the report, I am here today because I wanted to take the opportunity to ensure that you as council hear that feedback from our business members. Our members are asking for clear criteria when it comes to special event parking, how it's applied, how the rates are determined, earlier communication so their staff and their visitors are not caught off guard, consideration for traffic flow and how it impacts the businesses, grace period for new events that are coming to the downtown or to St. Catharines, and consideration of gradual increases if they are necessary, consistency. For example, Grape and Wine regularly brings 15,000 people downtown but doesn't qualify for the special event parking, and it could blur the messaging and raises questions about whether we're applying it in the right way. I also want to reflect a range of feedback that I have received from our members. Many members do support special event parking. In principle, they know it's common elsewhere and that parking must recoup its costs. Their suggestions are more about focusing on cost-effective solutions. For example, adding the rate through the honk app or the pay and display instead of having the high-costing security guards working the lots. In addition, they've asked for special event parking if it could be applied to other city events. Other members worry that the higher fees and fines are going to discourage our customers into the downtown. They question why downtown is singled out when other city facilities like arenas or aquatic centers also generate parking demand. Residents have told us that $20 feels like gouging and the special event parking pushed them away from dining downtown. One even suggested extending metered parking into midnight to improve turnover. I have to say that's a resident, not a business member. Downtown parking impacts our businesses, employees, residents, and visitors alike. Our businesses are the front line. Their experiences are valuable in helping shape informed and impactful decisions that can be successful for all angles of special event parking and parking fees. So what our members would like more of is being consulted with time to provide impactful feedback, clear criteria for rates, advanced communication for time to prepare, and cost-efficient implementation. This way we can make the most of our parking system. And with that being said, I again want to thank staff and our downtown councillors who have been in touch with us over this issue, specifically for special events parking since Labor Day. We've been having great conversations about different ways that we as the Downtown Association can work closely with the city to create incentives to welcome people into the downtown, and I look forward to a very bright future, and thank you for our time.
Thank you, Ms. Dodge. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Ms. Dodge, for your presentation. I do have one question, and it's in regards to something you just said about restaurants feeling the impact of event parking and losing potential guests coming into their restaurant. Do you think there's a way in which the city could implement a process where if they're coming into a restaurant, maybe they get $20 off their bill? Is there a way around that? I don't know how that would work, but is that something that you and your members have discussed on a potential way of, that way it's encouraging people to come out to the restaurants downtown?
I love the way you're thinking. Any type of incentive to bring people into the downtown is a discussion worth having for sure. We haven't spoke specifically about something like that. I know that if you're going into the Meridian, they've looked at ways to include it in the pricing, that type of thing. It would be worthwhile looking at for sure, and we'd love to have you at the table when we have those discussions. So I think that looking at incentives is a great part of the brainstorming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kat, for your presentation. Just around the special event parking, because I know we did have a lot of conversations about it and a lot of businesses. Is it the communication process or the lack of communication when it comes to, and I know specifically the some kind of R&B festival, is that one of the biggest pain points for people?
I would say there's two parts to the communication process. Well, probably more, but I'll just settle to two right now. So absolutely with the Labor Day event, that was a communication mishap where there wasn't enough opportunity to get information to our downtown businesses and visitors. But another addition to it is I think that our businesses have a lot of great feedback of how the experience is for people coming into the downtown. And even if we are looking at increasing fees or working with parking to ensure that that's also a successful process that's happening, to be able to have more time to circulate information and have discussions so that we can provide council with more meaningful data.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, I had a very similar question to Councillor McPherson. Regarding that communication board, do you have any thoughts on what the city could do better to proactively communicate? Is it online, digital, or is there actual signage? Like, do you have any feedback that you've heard from downtown businesses about that?
That's a great question, and I'm sure that staff would be open to discussing and figuring out better ways to communicate it. A good example is with the one-off special event parking, like the $5 for the Ice Dog games. The city does a great job at providing it to the Downtown Association in advance. We place it on our website, and we try and put it into all of our newsletters going out. So I think there's absolutely ways to continue to build on that. When it comes to the special event parking, there wasn't enough time to get the messaging out or circulate it, but there's always opportunity to market things and communicate things better, for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you guys have talked before as your group with residents and the businesses, and you like the idea of maybe offering some free parking during different times of year for shopping and business, but I think you really have to get into some heavy discussions with that with staff, because I think it's unfortunate. That would be a great incentive to bring people downtown, but unfortunately, the abuse of that, I don't know how we would manage it. I just think nowadays there is a lot more people in St. Catharines. We have all our Uber Eats guys taking up parking spots all the time and that. So to offer free parking to come into your business and restaurant is a great idea, great incentive, but I don't see how it would work. And any thoughts on something like that?
There's, again, so many great discussions to be had, and I don't think something like that could just be rolled out. It would need to be kind of think of all the challenges and obstacles. A lot of our businesses are wanting to have those conversations. We've already been working with the City of St. Catharines to look at how much something like that would cost and bringing in sponsorships to help offset any fees on the city or the Downtown Association. And then looking at different ways that we can implement it. We've come up with a variety of creative ways, and I think that there's some exciting discussions coming on how something like that could look.
We definitely need something new because things have changed. They're not the way they used to be, so there needs to be some new ideas to make that work. Eh?
Yeah, for sure. And we did launch a new parking advisory committee. I know you're a great participant in a lot of things. If you'd ever like to join in those conversations, we'd love to have you.
Thank you.
Like 18 different sarcastic comments ran through my head right there, and I pushed them all down. Seeing no other questions or comments from Ms. Dodge, thank you very much for your presentation again.
Thank you.
Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegation? Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Townsend. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. So at this time, we move to the recommendation in the report, which will be placed on the screen. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor McPherson is the mover, seconder Councillor Mako. Councillor Townsend is first up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question to staff, similarly along the lines. Is there any potential way in which we, if people are coming downtown, say on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and I don't know which night the Ice Dogs play, but they're paying $20 to park, is there a way that we can work with the restaurants to, encourage? So there's $20 parking on Ice Dog nights in the.
So, Councillor, it would actually be, I believe it's 10 for Ice Dog nights.
$10.
No, so I'm going to look to Ms. Reed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. Currently, all of our homegrown events, which are our performing arts events, which are our Ice Dog events, are currently only $5. The events that Ms. Dodge was referring to were our dynamic pricing events, and they're for one-off large-scale events. Since it's been approved, we've only ran 3 of them since 2022. And those are the ones that have dynamic pricing where we have delegated authority to increase those prices up to $20. And in this case here, for the some kind of event, that one wasn't increased. But for the regular events, currently, they're $5. And council staff is recommending that we actually increase them to $10. Just from an operational standpoint, we just can't run a special event parking for $5 anymore.
Thank you for that. I guess then through you, Mr. Mayor, my question is, what were the special event dynamic pricing? I'm going to guess one of them would be the Homecoming Born and Raised concert series would be a guess of mine, but what events were they, and how do you pick and choose?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the report to council that was approved in 2022, basically it was a capacity of 15,000 or more for the weekend. So basically, for the Born and Raised concert, we had that capacity, and the other one was the Alexis on Fire was the next one that we ran, and that had a capacity of that. And that one was a $10 event. They both were $10 events. When we looked at this event, and for this one here, the recent festival, we had limited lead time on this. It was publicly advertised, but the event's confirmation was delayed due to some logistical timelines. So once it was confirmed and staff were directed to plan for large attendance, in line with similar events, the special event plan was implemented, but a lower than expected attendance reduced its impact. So communication out to the BIA and out to the public was limited. We did have a press release that went out. We went out a memo that went to council also, but it was very limited because I don't think at some point we thought that the event was going to run. And I think.
Thank you. That's helpful. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if you have a sold-out event at the PAC and a sold-out concert, say at Meridian Center, would that trigger the special event parking? The dynamic pricing special event parking fee?
No, the dynamics pricing fee would be for events held at Montebello Park.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to the, and I don't mean to keep going back to the Some Kind of Festival, and I know there were a lot of logistical issues with it, but even when it came to because it was a 2-day event, even when it came to the second day, when it was very clear that attendance was extremely low, is there an opportunity when that kind of event happens and the attendance is extremely low that we can eliminate or lower the price of parking? Because it did have a really big impact, and the lots were pretty much empty.
The treasurer has delegated authority to implement that special event fee. But what happens is that we have to, because we have third-party security that does our special event parking.
Okay.
So regardless if we would have decided not to do it, we still would have had to pay for all the guards at all of the lots that we brought into special events. So there still would have been a cost to the city if we would have decided not to run it on the Sunday.
Okay. And just when it comes to Montebello Park, just for clarification, we don't do, we have, as it's been mentioned about Grape and Wine, that has a significant number of people attending, as well as Rib Fest. We don't do any sort of special event parking for the cost for those events, correct? And if so, why?
That is correct, and that was at council's direction.
Okay, appreciate that. And just off the topic of special event parking, just when it comes to accessible parking, the cost of just trying to be cognizant of people who have accessible parking passes, is it still free for them to park on the road during the special event kinds of parking events, the dynamic pricing?
They can park for 3 hours at a metered lot or on-street meters or a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my thoughts are $10 special event parking is still relatively inexpensive. I mean, our city is growing. I think a lot of us still think of it as our, and rightly so, it's our small town city we all grew up in. $10 is still fairly inexpensive. None of us blink an eye when we go to Toronto or Buffalo and park a mile away from the arena. And yet when we come here and have to park at City Hall and walk to the Performing Arts Center, we complain about it, that it's too far. And it's, less, so we have to get that out of our mindset a bit. But when that passed in 2022, I guess according as Bruce Williams and Councillor Williams would say, I was still new. So that $20 fee, I think, is just totally outrageous, and I don't think we should have that in place at all. And then that way there's no, geez, what is it? Is it 5, is it 10, is it 20, what is it today? We max out at $10, and that's what I would like to see, but anyways, that's my thought.
Far be it from me to give direction to any member of council, but if you wanted to, that could be an additional amendment to the motion at some point. If you decided that you wanted to not have the dynamic pricing, you can place that as an amendment. With that, I will go to Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. One of the questions, and I think you've spoken to this a bit, staff has spoken to this, just clear criteria for special event parking. So we have the homegrown event parking, $10, and then large scale events, we have dynamic parking. And so dynamic parking, just so we're clear, can be anywhere between 10 and 20, correct?
Yeah, in the approved council report, there's a definitive number of 15,000. But we did run it when we did have the Jelly Roll concert at the Meridian Center. So that was a large scale event also, but we ran that at $10.
And the homegrown events, can you just help, for those listening, help explain, like what is determined, like how do we determine what is a homegrown event?
Anything at the Performing Arts Center or an Ice Dog or a River Lions game at the Meridian Center.
And the Jelly Roll was an exception?
That was an exception, yes, because it was a large scale sold out event.
And then the large scale events, like we're generally assuming those are one-offs, or like what we heard with the Some Kind of Festival is they're hoping to come back. But when we're looking at determining if it's dynamic parking prices, we're generally thinking those are going to be one-offs.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any ability to, for first-time events coming to the city, that we might expect, or we might hope that they come back? Like Born and Raised has come back a few times. We're hearing now that the R&B Some Kind of Festival may come back. Is there any way to implement the homegrown non-dynamic parking rates for first-time new festivals to the city?
Well, I think your concern about the first-time events is valid, but I think we should, I think maintaining the $20 maximum pricing in the bylaw, I think it serves as a long-term purpose for flexibility and sustainability for a wide range of events. The bylaw only outlines the highest amount that can be charged. It's not what should be charged.
Yeah.
So basically, we have a minimum and a maximum. So if we defined that a larger scale event could be $10, that could be applied to that event. It doesn't need to be a maximum of $20. I think there's that, we're getting caught on the $20, that's the maximum scale. So we could, in this event here, we did charge the 20, but we could charge $10 as the maximum price for a larger scale event.
No, that's great. That's what I was assuming. I guess I'm just saying, if I were to put an amendment to this motion saying, if we're able to determine if this is the first, so for Some Kind of Festival, this is the first time they're coming to the city, we're going to use our dynamic pricing, but be on the lower end for the first time, so that, in hopes that they come back, and then our dynamic pricing can adjust based on the success they've had the first time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we can probably incorporate that into kind of staff's best practices or operational policy that would happen.
So that could be a directive.
That could be, yes.
Okay, so I'd like to make that a directive then.
So is this a direction of staff, or is this an amendment to the motion?
Yeah, direction of staff. Sounds like that.
So the direction's been taken.
Okay. And then my last question, why don't we, this has been explained to me before, but I forget, so I apologize, but why don't we incorporate this special event pricing into Honk app instead of using the security?
We have through you, Mr. Mayor, it is in all of our Honk app, and we did do it for this last, but what happens is that we still need enforcement for compliance. So if we take away the actual security to collect the money, then somebody can just go into a lot and not pay, so we have no enforcement mechanism. So we either have to try and do it through security, or we have to do it through a parking enforcement and increase the hours of enforcement. So there's still a cost, whether it's through security or through enforcement.
All right.
Thanks, that's helpful. Councillor Harris?
There we go. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to, what's your title? Parking Supervisor. I guess just to touch on what Councillor Ratcliffe was talking about. So we pay a private company to monitor and collect money?
Currently, we do, yes.
Okay. So I guess my next question through you, Mr. Mayor, would be to, since the CAO is not here, the Deputy CAO, we've just gone through some sort of parking review, and there might be opportunities to make our parking much more efficient. Would this be something that would be appropriate to talk about after maybe we gate the parking garages properly so we don't need people collecting money and enforcement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll defer that to the acting Director of Financial Management Services, who's closer to the parking review and its relationship to these particular recommendations this evening.
Right. So through the mayor, I would say that when we get to the point of gating our garages, we can look at the operational impacts and operational efficiencies that are available at the Ontario Street parking garage. And as an example, when we get to some of our other off-street lots, we will still have to look at either having somebody, a guard there to take the payment when they arrive, or have use of a honk app and have somebody coming around to do enforcement. So because those lots are not gated, that would not be an opportunity there, but at the two parking garages, it certainly would.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Financial Management, have we done any sort of reports on the cost of having it gated as compared to paying staff to be there, like outside companies to be there? And is there an opportunity with parking providers that perhaps they would put that in part of their capital thing and the revenue would pay for that?
So through the chair, I do not believe we have brought any reports back to council specifically on that. We did speak to that. It was spoken to within the parking services review, and it is something that we will be looking at getting into the next capital budget cycle, I believe, on the parking services side of things to get a gated system back at the garage based on the efficiencies that it would bring.
Okay, I guess my next question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Financial Management Services, since that's what your job is it better to have a flat rate or have this type of range of things? What's easier for the city?
So through the chair, it does come back to a couple of options. There are pros and cons to a flat rate when we're looking at the cost of providing parking and the ability to recover those costs. The flexible rate does provide an opportunity at certain times. As we've seen, it hasn't been highly utilized. We've had 3 opportunities where it's been implemented. For the events, excluding the last one, it does provide an opportunity to bring in some additional revenue when we know our private lots are charging higher rates than what we are as the city. I think if we were in a different situation and our parking services was bringing in, a lot of extra revenue, covering all its costs and supporting the tax levy, a flat rate might make more sense.
Okay. I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Financial Services, I guess my only thought is and for years and years and years, I brought up parking and maybe modernizing it. Is it really worth doing this right now until maybe we implement some of the things that we talked about in that report? I don't know who would answer that, because the CAO is not here, so maybe to the Director of Financial Management Services.
So through the chair, what's been brought forward today is 2 items. So it's, increasing the minimum special event parking. So again, we're essentially $10 across the board is the recommendation for the special event parking, with still the dynamic pricing opportunity does exist. And the other piece, which is really the much bigger piece of this, is the changes and the increases to the penalty amounts, which are kind of unrelated to the other pieces on the kind of operational efficiencies that you've identified.
I guess my next question, I only have one more, Mr. Mayor. So through the mayor to the Director of Engineering, I guess. We talk about dynamic pricing and stuff. Do we have the capacity, instead of having people standing in a parking lot collecting cash and handing out little tickets, to actually have our machines program them remotely?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we do have a certain level of ability to program the machines. I'm not sure to what level we can change that programming depending on the events. That's something we'd have to look into and get back to you on, but there is an ability to change what we're charging at our machines.
Perfect. So I guess my next thing would be, could I ask for a direction that we look into what it would cost to change our machines as compared to having live people collecting money?
So I think that one would actually be an amendment asking for a staff report.
I guess, is that friendly? Councillor McPherson and
Councillor Mako, is that friendly?
Yeah.
So they both indicated it's friendly, so,
good.
and that staff return with a staff report about programming the parking machines.
Programming opportunities, and if there's cost savings not having people there. Think smarter, not harder, as Councillor Mako said.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no other names on the list. I do have just one question. And this kind of, I think Councillor Harris was sort of talking about that. This was something I observed this weekend, and I'm just curious. Is there a reason why we're only able to take cash for special event parking in, like, we have individuals there. Is there a reason why we don't have technology so people can tap to get in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're currently looking at that to see if we can use our enforcement phones to take that either through a square or through the actual enforcement of that. We do have all, like I said, all of our honk zones are currently hooked up to all that, so you can pay by phone at all of the lots at this point in time.
I will make that a request, and my reasoning is, at the Meridian Center, and I know this because the regional chair complains to me bitterly every single time I see him at the Meridian Center. The Meridian Center is entirely cash-free. It is a cash-free facility, and so people are becoming accustomed to come downtown with no cash and are accustomed to being able to use cards to pay for everything. And then as I was walking through on Sunday to go to the PAC's 10th anniversary, there's a big sign that says special permit or special event parking, cash only. And that seems like counterintuitive for the people that would be visiting the Meridian Center knowing they can't use cash anywhere, that they still have to have a 20 on them. So if that's something we can investigate, I'm glad to hear that staff's looking at that. I hope we can implement something soon, because I think that is a friction point for a lot of residents as well. The programming may actually take care of the problem, but we can continue. All right, so we have a motion on the screen. I see no other speakers, so with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. Before I go anywhere, Councillor Harris, are you comfortable with that amendment? Okay, wonderful. Modernize can be a direction to staff. I'll look to the clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Dodge?
can we separate the accessible bylaw out of there for me?
Okay, so we will vote on the first clause, including the revisions of the multiple, not including the accessible bylaw. That will be the second vote. Okay, so there'll be 3 votes today, or sorry, there'll be 2 votes today. The first clause, the second and third clause, but the first clause not including the accessible bylaw, and then we will vote on the accessible bylaw last. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I won't vote on that.
Okay. No, we'll leave that, sorry, Sarah, that'll be a part of the first vote as well. So we're voting on the yellow portion first. Madam Clerk?
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
And then on the second piece, Madam Clerk?
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
I'm not voting.
That's counted as a no.
Are you declaring a conflict, Council?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I've actually included in this, like, yes. So apologies, Councillor Dodge. And so you'll have to fill out the conflict form.
Okay, Councillor Stevens? No. Councillor Townsend?
No.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, so we move on to item 12, motions. And the first one, 12.1, public safety, public access to the National Sex Offender Registry and bail reform. Prior to discussing this motion, we will hear delegations from Alicia Gugu, Jimmy Jackson, Melissa Gugu, Rosalind Morris, Elizabeth Emerson, Ashley Wilcox, Stephen Sues, Brenda, and Saleh Wazaruddin. At this time, I will call upon Alicia Gugu to present. The lectern is yours.
Sorry, I'm getting emotional. I apologize. Mayor Cisco, councillors, and distinguished members of the council. I'm going to try to keep it together here. Good evening. Thank you for the sorry. I might need a second here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge you to support legislation to make the sex offender registry more open and forgive me. And accessible to the public. I believe this will contribute significantly to the public safety, justice, and the protection of vulnerable people, especially children. I recognize there are concerns, including fear of vigilantism. Transparency can be balanced with safety. Child sexual violence is already a serious problem in Canada. In Canada, about 7.8% of people aged 15 and above report having experienced at least one incident of sexual abuse by an adult before the age of 14. Most offenders were known to the victims. The numbers likely underestimate the true incidents because underreporting. Many victims never come forward, yet the harm is real and lifelong. How many cases could have been prevented if parents, caregivers had access to the sex offender registry and had been warned of potential risks? The lifelong impact on the victims. Exposure to sexual abuse in childhood has well-documented enduring effects including psychological trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, self-harm, suicidal ideation, Addiction. Physical health consequences include chronic illnesses, sexual dysfunction, forgive me. Social and economic consequences: reduced educational attainment, employment difficulties, strained relationships, intergenerational and societal effects, trust issues, increased risk of re-victimization, and significant societal costs for care, therapy, and health services. These harms are often lifelong. Prevention and early intervention are therefore not just moral imperatives, they are also cost-effective in the long run. Addressing the concern of vigilantism. One of the most serious objections to opening up the registry is fear of vigilante attacks, harassment, violence, and misuse of registry data. These concerns are valid. However, I believe the policy can be structured to mitigate these risks through safeguards, tiered access, and strong penalties for misuse. However, opening the registry can benefit public safety, empowers parents, guardians, communities, and employers to make informed safety decisions. Knowing where high-risk individuals live or relocate can help families avoid placing children in harm's way. Strengthens trust in government. People feel safer when institutions are transparent and accountable. Opening the sex offender registry done responsibly and with safeguards will help prevent harm, protect children, and strengthen public trust. This is not only a matter of public safety, but of justice and responsibility of the most vulnerable members of our communities. Do I speak on bail reform?
You can if you want.
Thank you once again for allowing me to speak. Today I want to address another urgent issue affecting public safety in Canada, the need for meaningful bail reform. Bail is meant to balance two things: the presumption of innocence and the protection of the public. Unfortunately, Canada's current bail system too often tips the balance in the wrong direction. High-risk repeat offenders are frequently released back into our communities, sometimes within hours of arrest. Many go on to reoffend while awaiting trial. When I speak about this, I'm also referring to the juvenile justice system. Violent offenders, including those charged with gun crimes, sexual offenses, and domestic violence, are being released on bail. Each reoffense is another preventable tragedy. When citizens see repeat offenders walking free, faith in the justice system declines. People begin to feel that the justice protects criminals more than the communities. It puts strain on victims. Victims and their families are forced to live in fear, knowing that the person accused of harm may be back on the streets before the trial even begins. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Jimmy Jackson to present. Mr. Jackson, the lectern is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me tonight. Alicia's words were beautiful, and it's very hard to come up here and talk about the elephant in the room, which is the most sad thing that's going on in our communities, which is has to do with our children and the lack of laws and justice that's being served. And obviously, she made a very good point. You know, vigilantism, we need to make sure it's structured where we keep everybody safe at the end of the day. I know that's a big concern. But we, the undersigned, are presenting today to express our outrage and deep concern over the offered release on bail, Daniel Senecal of Welland. He was a man charged with violent sexual assault of a child in her home at 3 a.m., and this child called her uncle. And he was already out on probation charges. He was let out for offending in 2021. He violently attacked a 12-year-old little boy. These things really just need to stop happening in our community. I mean, I was a social worker for 8 years myself with pastoral mental health. I was an EA with the school board. I helped run a native treatment healing home in Jordan as well. And just hearing these stories just makes me lose sleep at night. And I'm a father of 3 myself, and born and raised here, and this city is just totally unrecognizable. And I know a lot of you, I'm sure, feel the same, and I hope it changes. Despite these grave charges, like I said, he was granted bail. And now, while still under court supervision, he stands accused of committing yet another horrific assault and has unacceptably been offered bail yet again at that time. I know he's been transferred now as well, but this is not only a failure of justice, it is a betrayal of public trust by releasing him into our community. The court has shown disregard for the safety of our children, our families, and our neighborhoods. And when I was in college, I took an oath to protect children, and that is what I do every single day, not only with my own, but everyone's in this room, and that is a major part of who I am. So we demand answers and accountability. Which judge or judicial official granted the bail in these cases, and on what grounds? Why was bail even considered for an individual with a history of violent sexual offenses against children? What protections, if any, will be in place to safeguard potential victims if he is released again? I mean, we were outside and a couple weeks ago, there was a protest outside, and hopefully some of you attend on October 15th as well. There was a lot of painful stories that were brought forward on that microphone, and honestly, it's hurt my heart ever since. And this community has the right to feel safe in our own homes. The proposed release of an accused repeat child predator in our neighborhoods is unacceptable and inexcusable. We call on the government of Ontario, the Ombudsman's office, who I've also emailed, and all responsible judicial oversight bodies to immediately review this case and the bail decisions that led to Mr. Senecal's release. There is a petition forward by Mr. Davies' office as well for signature. We're gathering them until Friday. We want to implement stronger restrictions on bail in cases of violent crimes against children. That includes newcomers to our country as well. If you're a newcomer and you get accused or charged with any of these crimes, you need to be sent back to where you came from. You can't stay here. We need to ensure transparency and accountability within the justice system so that the public can understand how such dangerous decisions are being made. And we need to know where the dangers are. Immediate review for this case and the bail decisions that led to Mr. Senecal's release, please. This is not just one individual. It is about whether our justice system values the safety and protection of our children over the rights of repeat offenders. Again, he was a repeat offender. We urge you to take swift action to correct this miscarriage of justice and prevent further harm. Think about it if it was one of your children, because I think about it every single day. So on behalf of all of these concerned people of Niagara, and specifically parents, I'm Jimmy Jackson, and thank you so much for letting me speak tonight.
All right, are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, I will now call upon Melissa Gugu. The lectern is yours.
Oh. Okay, public safety through transparency, why Canada's sex offender registry should be made public. Introduction. Good evening, members of the council and concerned citizens. Picture this, you have just moved into a new neighborhood. You may have met new neighbors, you go about your life, yet quietly someone convicted of a serious sexual offense lives nearby, and you don't know. That is the reality in Canada today. Where our national sex offender registry is restricted to law enforcement and it needs to be accessible to the public. The system may have been designed with the intent of balancing privacy, rehabilitation, and public safety, but it keeps crucial safety information out of the hands of the ones who often need it the most: parents, guardians, neighbors. schools, and community groups. I stand before you to argue that Canada's Sexual Offenders Registry should be made publicly accessible. My case rests upon several pillars. Public access would enhance prevention and safety. It would foster transparency, trust, and shared responsibility in the community. It would increase accountability and serve as a deterrent to future offenses. To make the argument more compelling, I will intervene Canada data showing the current state of the sexual offenders. Between 2014 and 2020, police reported 10,739 incidents online of sexual offenses against children. These victims were identified. Unidentified victims, 29,028 incidents. That's more than 30,000 incidents in 5 years. The rate of the police reported incidents, child exploitation and abuse has been rising sharply from 50 incidents per 100,000 populations in 2024 to 131 per 100,000 population in 2022. These numbers show an increasing risk online and in our communities. When risk is rising, hiding information doesn't reduce danger, it can increase it. Transparency, trust, and shared responsibility. The National Registry under the Sex Offenders Registration Act has more than 700 registration centers across Canada that collect detailed information such as legal name, aliases, date of birth, physical description, residential addresses, telephone numbers, offense details, and more. Yet, even with such details, the data collected, much of the information is unavailable to the public. The Act prohibits public disclosure and connection to the outside of law enforcement and special authorized purposes. Limiting access undermines the potential positive impact citizens could have, whether in prevention, vigilance, and community safety planning, accountability, and deterrence. Counteractive arguments will be that it takes the privacy away from individuals who have served sentences, who have been convicted like a long time ago, and it may infringe on their personal information made public. We can design the public access in a way to balance this privacy in regions, like in different areas, and for those that show rehabilitation. False security. Some offenders will reoffend despite all precautions. Public access is not cruel at all. Is not a cruel response. True, but withholding information ensures no one can take informed precautions. Public access does not replace law enforcement or treatment, it just supplements them. Harassment or vigilantes, public registries could lead to, yes, but what we're describing is fairly undocumented social phenomena. When the public is kept in the dark, meaning the lack of accurate, timely information about crimes and safety, the crime starts rising and it creates conditions where vigilante does occur. It's called an information vacuum. The authorities or media do not share information or statistics indicating the safety alerts to the public, which loses trust in official sources. People feel uncertain and anxious because they don't know whether authorities are handling it effectively, whether they are personally at risk. The lack of transparency breeds rumors and speculation, which often makes things seem worse than they are. Fear and perception. As actual crime rises, the people perceive that it is rising. Fear increases. The police or government responses seem slow, insignificant and secretive. Communities begin to think no one is protecting us. The system is failing.
Ms.
We have
Gugu?
to handle this
Ms. Gugu?
ourselves.
Ms. Gugu, I'm going to ask you to come to a conclusion.
Yes, I am actually. Okay, my conclusion. Okay, I'll go to my conclusion. My conclusion is risks such as online offenses, rising reports of child exploitation is increasing. We owe our fellow citizens, including children, youth, families, more than just protection behind closed doors. When risk is known, communities can respond intelligently. Opening the sex offender registry to the public in Canada would not be about punishment alone. It would be about prevention, awareness, safety, shared responsibility, and it would support trust between institutions and the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none? Nope, you're good. I'll now call upon Rosalind Morris to present. No, the time doesn't start until you're settled and you get going. No, you're good, you're good.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, councilors, members of the community. To understand where we must go, we need to remember where we've been. My name is Rosalind Morris. I'm nonpartisan. I live in St. Catharines now, but I grew up in Brampton, Ontario. And I was not even 8 years old when on the Father's Day weekend of 1988, 11-year-old Christopher Stevenson was abducted from a mall my family and I frequented. On the Sunday of Father's Day, we learned that he had been brutally murdered by a convicted sex offender who had just been released into Christopher's neighborhood. Christopher's parents turned their grief into action and fought for over a decade. In 2001, the Ontario passed Christopher's Law, Canada's first sex offender registry. It required automatic inclusion of offenders, mandatory address updates, and gave police a powerful tool to investigate and prevent crime. It worked, but it was only accessible through the OPP. In spite of Ontario offering to share it, the federal government in 2004 decided to create a weaker National Sex Offender Registry. Offenders were not automatically added. Prosecutors had to ask a judge to have them added, and many slipped through the cracks. The national system often failed to track addresses and release dates, and police could only use it after a crime had occurred, not to prevent one. Attempts to merge it with Ontario's stronger system failed, so they've been maintained as two separate registries to date. Then in 2019, Bill C-75 lowered the threshold for bail, making it easier for repeat violent offenders, including sexual predators, to return to our communities. We've already seen the consequences here in Niagara. A 3-year-old little girl that we call Little E was brutally attacked, allegedly by a repeat offender who had already assaulted a 12-year-old boy. He served a short sentence, 12 months, yet was free to harm again before even finishing his original term of 18 months. Little E's suffering has devastated the entire region and sparked a movement for change. MP Fred Davies has launched a petition calling for stronger protections, tougher bail rules, and reform of the criminal code. Communities across Ontario are rallying behind it because we know enough is enough. We grew up hearing about stranger danger, but predators are not always strangers. They are our neighbors, coaches, teachers, even family members. They blend in, earn trust, and then abuse it. Here is the reality. If a dangerous dog lived on a street, every parent would warn their child, stay off that street, stay away from that house. Why then are we denied the same right to protect our children from a known predator? Why are names and faces hidden while families are left in the dark? Police cannot monitor every offender 24/7, but communities can help if given the knowledge. A public registry would allow civilians, public registry would let civilians recognize threats, report breaches of probation, and support police in protecting children. Without it, we are blind bystanders. This is not about vengeance. It is about protection. It is about giving survivors a sense of safety and ensuring that there is never another Christopher Stevenson, never another Tory Stafford, never another little E, never another little child, period. Christopher's Law was the beginning. 25 years later, it's time for the next step. A public sex offender registry with names, photos, convictions, and the communities where the offenders live. A basic information to ensure that the public can keep their communities safe. Think about the ratio. For every one sex offender, there are how many thousands of law-abiding citizens and children in each of those communities? We are not vigilantes. We are parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, teachers, pastors, family, all around, neighbors who only want to protect the innocent. Knowledge is power, and it is the tool that we need to keep our families safe. Your motion speaks of the National Sex Offender Registry, but perhaps, like the Stevensons, we must start provincially. Ontario's registry is already a stronger and more accurate registry with automatic inclusion of all predators. Mandatory updates and regular check-ins. Let us build on what works. I urge you to support this movement and to stand with families across Ontario and to say clearly, our children's safety must become before an offender's right to privacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Morse.
Thank you.
I'll now call upon Elizabeth Emerson to present. And the lectern is yours. I think our council coordinator is going to adjust things for you a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, good evening, Mayor Cisco, City Council, and people of St. Catharines. I come to you today as a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. I was 5 years old the first time a registered sex offender was let into my home. He was given access to me for 10 years. That was my entire childhood. I was 5. It did not end until I was 15. Those are the years that I'll never get back. Innocence that I'll never get to experience. A childhood I'll never get to experience. Childhoods that are being taken away by registered sex offenders everywhere because we do not have this information public. He did and said unimaginable things to me to ensure my silence. Without getting into detail, I can tell you now that this man has a weapon ban for the rest of his life. I want to tell you that to let you know the severity of this case. Sorry. I stand here to give my childhood purpose, to fight for the child I once was and I should have been. I stand here to fight for little E, a voice that she does not get to have here today, but I know what it feels like, and I will stand here for her. I will stand here for survivors of the past that did not get justice. I will stand here for the survivors of the present that look to us to make sure that there is change, that we can have justice, and I stand here for the survivors of our future because this is a crime that will not end. Tonight, I propose that we make the registered sex offenders list public. This is a step towards returning power to the innocent, our children, our families, communities, and survivors. I understand the concern. No one wants harassment or unsafe situations. But keeping the list public or keeping the list secret does not prevent harm. Families are left blind, powerless, and living in fear. Since little E's attack and knowing my experience, I've been sleeping in my children's room, double-checking the locks and windows. While offenders go unmonitored, unnoticed, and they live freely, many of them, research shows, are likely to harm again. I also understand the challenge of publication bans, but with simple adjustments, we can protect survivors while still making the list public. We can name the convicted, their charges, without ever exposing a survivor's identity or relationship to the accused. Transparency does not mean chaos. With safeguards in place, public access can coexist with law enforcement oversight, as it already does in several U.S. states. Communities can protect children without taking law into their own hands. I believe when the registered sex offender list becomes public and harsher sentences are implemented, survivors will feel safer coming forward. As a survivor whose abuser is now out again, that was released after 3 years of good behavior, after stealing 10 years of my childhood, I fear every day that he will follow through with the threats that he has given me. But I stand here in hopes that one day we can implement change. So I ask, whose safety are we prioritizing? The safety of our children? The vulnerable people, our families? Or the comfort of our offenders? Protecting children is not vandalism or vigilantism. It is our responsibility. Our responsibility as parents, neighbors, adults. These children are our future. Don't wait till it's your child. Don't wait till it's your grandchild. Don't wait till it's your neighbor's child. Today we stand together, and today we will make history and start the changes for history in Canada for survivors all around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emerson. Are there any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. I'll now call upon Ashley Wilcox. Okay, so I don't believe Ms. Wilcox is here, so I'll go to Stephen Sues to present. Mr. Sues, welcome. The lectern's yours.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. It's great to see you.
Good to see you as well.
I came here to get Councillor Lindell's autograph, but I'll stay for the presentation. Thanks for that. Many of you know me. I'm Stephen Roman Seuss. Many of you have been on my show, and the ones who are dodging me, you will come on my show later on, so that's fine. But joking aside, we have a very serious topic to address tonight, and that's the topic of sexual assault. I myself am a victim of sexual assault when I was a child. So these women sitting in the audience today, they are warriors, let me tell you. And they have fought through their trauma to be sitting here today, and they have the bravery to come up here and share their story. Ladies, I'm proud to call you my friend, Jimmy. Nice to meet you too. I've heard about you, all good things. So this is a public safety issue. We know this. Now, we have concurrent sex registries in Canada and Ontario. We have the national one and the Ontario Registry. So to Councillor Townsend, although I'm not a councillor, I do offer a friendly amendment if a councillor was willing to take it, to say that we would want the Ontario Registry public as well. That's very important. And then we also need to strengthen public notification systems for high-risk offenders who are being released into the community. That's something that needs to be done too. Bail reform, crime prevention by environmental design on a local level, a community watch program. These are all great ideas for addressing crime, making it mandatory for victims of violent crime, making the reporting mandatory for victims of violent crime in the police reports. That's another important one. So the fact of the matter is, this offender who did a home invasion and a sexual assault on Little E, he should have been behind bars. End of story. He is a violent sexual offender. And a public registry gives the community the tools to safeguard themselves. They need to be aware of offenders living in the community. This is very important. And the only way that they could get off the sex offender registry is if they apply for a court order. So just that's important information to relay as well. So it all comes down to the fact this isn't vigilantism, this isn't harassment, this is not our intention. Our intention is to support families. The crime prevention by environmental design, it means to retrofit your property to make your property safer. We can teach people how to do that through the city website. And then there would be a website for the sex offender registry, just like there is in the States. And we can finally take action on violent crime. I cannot tell you the effects and the trauma involved in being sexually assaulted. It leads to mental health issues, which leads to addictions, can lead to homelessness. And we have to be supported. We need those trauma-informed approaches to be able to address what has happened. Trauma is a huge thing, and Niagara region and our cities and our towns have become hubs for human trafficking. And that human traffickers can appear on the sex offender registry as well. We have a big problem when it comes to human trafficking in this area, one of the largest human trafficking hubs in the country. So these issues are all interconnected. It's very important to support our vulnerable population. I know that you're all aware of the state of emergency that I've done. Well, this is an emergency as well. And little E, that little girl is so brave, and my heart goes out to her, man. It's a terrible tragedy what has happened, and it should have never have happened. So with that being said, I'm asking the councillors today to take a strong stance against violent crime and violent offenders. I know Councillor Mako is EMS. He's seen a lot of the traumas. He knows what it's all about. I'm so glad to have you here today on council. You guys are doing great work and taking a stand. Councillor Miller, I've known you forever, and everyone else at the table. We're gonna get some action here tonight. And I just tell everybody, keep pushing on, no matter what happens. But those supports have to be in place. We need the resources. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your time tonight.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. At this time, I'll call upon Brenda to present. You got it. The lectern's yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, elected city council members, and members of the community. Some of you may know me, but if you don't, my name is Brenda. I'm a survivor, and I'm a mother to 7 amazing children. I grew up a Gen X kid running the street and knowing I could go to any neighbor's house and feel safe. I was also a pretty laid-back parent until 2008 when I lived every parent's worst nightmare. My child was the victim of a stranger abduction by an 18-year-old male that lived in my neighborhood. Missing the crossing guard by 5 minutes, my child was taken by knife point and raped for over 7 hours. We couldn't have lived closer to the school with a 3-minute walk, but this predator, being up all night drinking and doing drugs, acted on an impulse he had, and my child was the target. I have lived in fear every day for almost 17 years now and have had to calculate every single decision of every day when it comes to the safety of my children, whether it's in the neighborhood, going to or from school, or going over to friends' houses, and also having to explain why I don't allow sleepovers. As a victim, I'm allowed to put geographical restrictions on my convicted pedophile. And Christmas Eve, I was called by Victim Services asking me to remove the Toronto restriction, but I'm not allowed to know where he lives due to his privacy. Because of the severity of our case, the pedophile was sentenced to 12 years, for which he served 8, and designated a long-term offender, which holds 10 years that he's followed. However, that has not deterred him from breaching his conditions twice and serving 2 additional sentences. And now he sits in jail again for attempting to kidnap 5 children in Toronto in March. Had I been privy to his location, I would have known that he was living within 900 meters of 4 schools. The Toronto police were not notified, and the community was also not notified. I have been silently trying to fight the system for going on 17 years, but I'm glad to see municipal, provincial, and federal governments joining me in this fight. We need communication to the communities to keep our families safe. We need transparency when it comes to the release of violent offenders in our communities, and steps that are being taken to keep us safe. And we call to action the publication of those that hurt children. We deserve that, they don't. I also call for support in the neighborhood watch/community support systems that we are trying to put in place. It's time to get back to knowing your neighbors, building support systems, and having people you can count on. This will help not only in these topics, but also in your food insecurity, your homelessness, your community safety, and mental health issues. Like some of the other speakers have said, it's not about vigilantism, it's about joining together as parents, as community members, and just making sure our community is safe. Thank you for your time and your hard work.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you again. At this time, I'll call upon Saleh Waziruddin to present.
Hi, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Saleh Waziruddin. There's a lot of misinformation about bail and that the recently accused people were out on bail when they weren't, unlike what some others have said tonight. Bail reform would not have made any difference for the assault in Welland. In Ontario last year, just under half of all bail court cases were granted bail. People who are repeat offenders are generally not granted bail, though everyone has a charter right to try for bail. Almost 60% of all people charged were either found innocent or had charters withdrawn or things like that. So this isn't a catch and release problem. This is the opposite problem, guilty until proven innocent. And the government has a phrase for this, reverse onus, because it's intentional. This is part of bail changes made 2 years ago that are keeping so many people in jail without bail who were never convicted. And we can't forget who this disproportionately affects. Black people are 3 times more likely to be denied bail, according to Statistics Canada. For Indigenous people, it's 5 times more, according to the Department of Justice. The Supreme Court of Canada has used these figures to show there's a problem with bail, the opposite problem of what the motion tonight's talking about. But it gets worse. Human Rights Watch and the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls found that Indigenous women don't report abuse because they'll be arrested as well as the abuser in what are called dual arrests, and then they'll be stuck in jail as they can't get bail for being charged with violence when they're the victim. The reason offender registries aren't public, as mentioned by others, is because of vigilante violence. We saw in rallies here open displays of a noose and calls for execution. This is being whipped up in part by at least one person who the CBC identified as someone openly in a white supremacist organization. The Niagara police have had to talk to people here about violating publication bans, so we already see some won't stay within the law. But it's not just violence and mayhem against offenders. Local papers today had a letter from someone who has 2 of the 3 names the same as one of the recently accused and is in fear of harm to himself and his business and, quote, not to mention the emotional toll it takes on me and my family, and unquote. And that's just from information in the news, even before making the registry wide open. But there is a way for the public to prevent crime without a public registry that I'll go into in a bit. There's also misinformation about parole. Dr. Irwin Waller of the University of Ottawa did a study of over 400 men released from prison over 2 years, and guess what he found? Those who were kept in prison for their full sentence were 56% more likely to reoffend than people let out early on parole. It sounds tough to not let people out early, but it has the opposite effect of what we want, because parole comes with supports, monitoring, and restrictions. It's one-sided to talk about those released on parole reoffending without looking at those not released on parole reoffending more. They're going to be released at some point. And even if you lock everyone up for the rest of their life, which is ridiculous, it still doesn't prevent the violence from happening in the first place. The uncle of the previous victim of the accused in Welland told CBC he had wanted a longer sentence, but for treatment, not punishment. So why not get people the treatment before they commit the crimes in the first place? This is political and ideological. Tough on crime measures are being pushed because they appeal to people's fear and anger, but they don't work. The science of how to reduce and prevent crime has been established for over 50 years. That's longer than I've been alive and as old as the first Franco-Ontarian flag raising discussed earlier this evening. It's been shown to work in city after city. The US government has a whole website, crimesolutions.gov, with a list of what's worked to reduce different types of crimes. This happened because health officials who are dealing with injuries from violence and thought of dealing with it the same way they thought of dealing with it the same way they deal with diseases. The answer isn't crackdowns or public registries, but early detection through community people trained to identify the early signs of violence and abuse instead of a registry, and then getting prevention. The region recognized earlier that racism is a health issue. Crime and violence are best treated as public health and social issues too. The city should advocate for getting smart on crime because it works, not tough on crime because it sells, using debunked myths and misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waziruddin, for your presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Miller. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Before we move on to the motion, I just wanted to thank everybody who shared, some of which were very deeply personal stories. It's very clear from the emotion in your voices that you spoke about this issue intensely. It's important to you and to your community. So I just want to say thank you again for sharing. I think we all could tell how difficult that was, but I thought you all persevered, and I do appreciate that. We'll now move on to the main motion, which is on the screen, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Stevens. And Councillor Townsend, I will let you take the floor at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by reading out the motion and going through all the whereas clauses. Whereas the safety and security of residents, particularly children and vulnerable persons, is a top priority for the City of St. Catharines. Whereas the National Sex Offender Registry, established under the Sex Offender Information Act in 2004, is currently only accessible to law enforcement, leaving the public without access to critical information about registered offenders living in their communities. And whereas other jurisdictions, including the United States and the United Kingdom, provide varying levels of public access to sex offender registries, empowering communities to take reasonable precautions and increasing transparency. And whereas local police services may issue public alerts on high-risk cases, but this approach is inconsistent and insufficient to address broader community safety concerns. And whereas recent incidents across Canada and Niagara have underscored public concern regarding bail practices, with repeat violent and sexual offenders being released back into communities under conditions that have proven inadequate to protect the public. And whereas while municipal governments are not directly responsible for the criminal justice system, the City of St. Catharines is on the front lines of responding to public safety concerns and has a responsibility to advocate for measures that protect residents. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of St. Catharines call on the Government of Canada to amend the Sex Offender Information Registration Act to make the National Sex Offender Registry publicly accessible with appropriate safeguards to protect accuracy, proportionality, and individual rights. And the City of St. Catharines call on the Government of Canada to implement urgent bail reform measures to ensure that repeat violent and sexual offenders are not released back into communities unless it can be clearly demonstrated that they do not pose a risk to public safety, and that this resolution be forwarded to the Prime Minister of Canada, the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, the local members of Parliament, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and I'm going to add in one more, all Canadian municipalities. Mr. Mayor,
So Councillor, can I just jump in for a second? That would be covered off by FCM.
Perfect.
Asking our clerk's office to email
that's fine.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it took some time to get some words together. I want to thank Alicia, Jimmy, Melissa, Rosalind, Elizabeth, Stephen, and Brenda for coming out tonight. And you know, your stories were heard and they touched my heart, and I will fight for you, I will advocate with you, I stand with you, and I want to thank you for coming out and sharing your story. The reality is, and Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you, commend you and Mayor Frank Campion and City Councillor Mona Patel in Niagara Falls for your advocacy on this, and really saying enough is enough. And I was quite appreciative to hear, and I'll commend Premier Doug Ford today for coming out and also echoing your words. But the reality is people have had enough. People do not want to deal with this anymore. And the reality is we want our communities to be safe. And I call on Prime Minister Mark Carney, the Leader of the Opposition, Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, the NDP Party, the Bloc Quebec, the Green Party, to come together now and change the legislation so people in our communities do not continue to have to feel the pain by repeat violent sexual offenders being put back on the streets time and time and time again. Enough is enough. So I will continue to advocate, and I hope every single Canadian municipality puts the pressure on those members of parliament. And I want to be very clear, this is not a partisan issue. It's not. It's not a Liberal, it's not a Conservative, it's not an NDP. This is a Government of Canada. Every single member of Parliament needs to get together, change the legislation now so mayors, councillors, and our local people in our communities are not constantly being hurt and offended by violent offenders. And I look forward to my colleagues around the table supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, first off, I have an amendment I sent to Sarah and Donna that I hope will be friendly. It's just about the federal government providing more support services and financial supports to the victims of violent and sexual crime. It's up there now. Can I also ask that number 2 be split out? The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms already does this, so I don't think it's necessary to call on the government to do it. Everyone in Canada has a charter right to reasonable reform unless it can be proven that there are public safety risks. That's already within the charter and ongoing jurisprudence. So I'd just be worried that saying bail reform and then calling on things that we're already doing would lead to maybe bail reform that we don't want to see. So if we could just split number 2 out, that's it for me. Thanks.
Just quickly, Councillor Townsend, is the amendment that was made to number 4? If we can just open up Councillor Townsend's mic.
The amendment is friendly.
Excellent. And Councillor Stevens is friendly? All right, wonderful. Thank you. All right, we move on to Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I also had an amendment. It's pretty similar, actually, to Councillor Miller's. So there it is. I'll just touch on it. I think Councillor Miller's, though, covers off the prevention piece. I'm a father of 3 kids, and they ask a lot of questions. And when I was struggling to speak about, the protest and what happened in Welland, I remembered, or I realized that 30 years ago, or over 30 years ago, when I was about their age, my parents were struggling to tell me or answer questions that I had about the Paul Bernardo case that was happening here in St. Catharines. And I think that, this has opened up an old a wound in our city. And I think that's, partly what we're seeing. Both cases, I think, remind us of the importance of bail reform. Something that the tragedy 30 years ago, though, or something that came out of that tragedy was the Christian French Child Advocacy Center. So they're a victim-centered approach. They bring trauma-informed interviews, therapy, family supports. They work to reduce re-traumatization by helping siblings and caregivers and lower the risk of harm continuing. And so I think in this amendment, it highlights the importance of remembering to support those types of services. This service in St. Catharines it offers supports that are only found here, like between here and Hamilton. So you have people traveling from Hamilton just to come to the Christian French Child Advocacy Center to access those supports. That's the first point that I just want to make. The second one, I think we also need to remember that many, if not most, of the children who are experiencing this type of abuse, the barriers to them reporting it are so insurmountable that we don't hear about them, right? So I think for every child we do hear about who is experiencing or has experienced abuse, there are 8 or 9 who we don't hear from. And that's terrifying to think about, but it's something that I think, again, this is an opportunity to address. The stopping the victimization of children, I think, begins with supporting families early on. Right from birth to age 3, or right from birth on, right? We know that both from research and lived experience that early supports not only reduce the number of children who become victims of sexual abuse, but are also, more effective at stopping or decreasing violent crime in general. So if our goal is no more victims, I think prevention and education have to be part of the solution. And so I think Councillor Miller's amendment, I think, points to that. And that's kind of the thrust of what I have up here today.
So, Councillor, for clarity, are you then not moving your amendment because you're?
Yeah, I think his is great.
Okay, wonderful. So if we could just cycle back up. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. And next up is Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Seuss.
Councillor, just one second. Councillor Ratzlaff, can you turn your mic? Thank you. All right. I just turned it off. Councillor Williamson, there you go.
Mr. Seuss from the floor suggested amendment regarding including the provincial sex offender registry as well. I don't know the nuances of this, but does it make sense to include it as well? Thank you. Okay, so we'll make that amendment, please. And just quickly to Councillor Townsend's passionate advocacy.
We're just going to take one pause.
Okay.
Can we add the provincial registry as well? So go up to clause number 1. Sex offender registry, to make the national sex offender registry and the provincial registry. I just want to make sure we get it captured before we keep going.
Yep.
There we go.
I agree with Councillor Townsend. This is a nonpartisan issue. This is about the protection of children. And yes, we don't directly deal with criminal law, but it's our business as local councillors to speak out when we have issues like we've had, and heinous crime like of this nature is something that we have to make a statement on. So thank you to Councillor Townsend for bringing this forth.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the speakers made a point that really got me thinking. It was the number of instances of child abuse that go unreported, and that when they finally do disclose it's to someone they trust. I think this motion is great in that we advocate to higher levels of government, and I think that's badly needed. But I also thought about our own city operations and the number of touch points we have with vulnerable children every day through our parks and recreation programming at the Kiwanis Center and swimming lessons, or at art class at the community center. So just a question for Director Christie there. Could you speak to the training that our staff receive, and if they were to suspect an instance of abuse, or if a child were to disclose something to one of our city staff, do you feel our staff have the training they need? Maybe you could speak to that a bit to provide some comfort that our own operations are protected.
Through the mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. Our staff are trained to handle a variety of different situations as they arise, and certainly these types of incidents are covered in our training. I'm sure that we can always do better in terms of what we cover and how often we review that training, but we do work with our partners with, around the community, and I wish we didn't have to do that type of training. Our staff, I am very confident that our staff, even though some of them are very young, have the tools that they need to keep our patrons, especially our children, safe. And if they do declare something like this, I'm very confident that our teams at all of our centers, at all of our program locations, will handle them well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm just thinking about the things we can directly control at a municipal level.
All right, are there any other questions or comments to the motion? All right. So we will be voting on clause number 2 separately as requested. So we'll vote on that clause first, and then we'll vote on the balance. Before we get into it, I will just say I appreciate Councillor Townsend bringing this forward. It was mentioned. I think this is something that that does remind people a lot of some elements of the community's history, and I think that's why a lot of people feel this so viscerally. I had the opportunity to send a letter supporting Mayor Campion in Welland. I'm glad I had the opportunity to do that. I'm also glad that council has the opportunity to send a message as well. I think that's important. And so, again, I appreciate Councillor Townsend bringing this forward. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll first on the clause with respect to bail reform measures and then on the balance of the motion. Are there any questions before we go forward or what we're voting on? Comfortable? All right, I will turn on the voting mode. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
And then on the balance of the motion, so all of the other clauses, I'll look to the clerk again to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. We move on to item 12.2, the drafting of a nuisance bylaw addressing panhandling in high-risk areas. Moving this motion is Councillor Townsend, seconding is Councillor Stevens. And at this time, Councillor Townsend, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go through the motion and, whereas the city has an obligation to ensure the safety of pedestrians, motorists, and all road users, whereas panhandling and similar activities occurring in high traffic and high speed areas such as major intersections, highways, on and off ramps, and arterial roadways present serious safety risks for both individuals engaged in these activities and the public, and whereas other municipalities in British Columbia and most recently the City of Vaughan have implemented nuisance bylaws to mitigate the risks associated with unsafe panhandling practices, whereas residents and visitors have expressed concern regarding panhandling activity along 4th Avenue and on and off ramps connected to Highway 406 and the QEW, where traffic volumes and speeds increase the likelihood of dangerous incidents. Therefore, be it resolved that council directs staff to research and draft a nuisance bylaw aimed at prohibiting panhandling and similar activities in locations that present heightened safety risks, including but not limited to 4th Avenue, Highway 406 on and off ramps, QEW on and off ramps, other arterial intersections deemed high risk by staff in consultation with Niagara Regional Police Services, and therefore be it further resolved that staff report back to council with a draft bylaw including enforcement options, best practices from other jurisdictions, and recommendations for public communication and community support services to accompany enforcement by Q1 of 2026. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm bringing this forward. Councillor Stevens and I have received numerous calls from residents who have had close calls on the Dieppe intersection, going on the QEW, getting off the 406. I've received a few emails along Martindale, 4th Avenue. There was an incident where an individual almost came and hit one of the individuals at the intersection. And I want to make this clear. This isn't about taking away someone's ability to ask for money. This is about a public safety issue. The concerns have been brought forward by a number of residents. I'm just trying to see if there's a way in which staff can work and draft a bylaw that avoids any potential risk situation. Because as one resident reached out to me and said, what would have happened had they hit this person? Who would have been liable? Would it have been the person driving the car getting onto the on-ramp, or would it have been the person? Most likely, it would have been the driver in that case. So we're trying to find solutions here that protect people's dignity, but also protect people's safety. So I'm asking for council to work with us and have staff draft something that makes sense for the city that does these things. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the motion? Councillor Stevens?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we, as Councillor Townsend said, we've many complaints. The other thing is, it's another tool that we have that at least we might be able to do something. You know, I hate over-governance, and I hate that we have to be big brother and make rules all the time, but certain times we have to have a rule there because right now there's nothing. So, you know, if somebody like walks out in front of cars. The other thing is, we have a lot of more elderly people in town now, and if someone's at a stoplight and this person walks up to them and scares them, and we've had elderly people driving through buildings, and what happens if they're scared and they hit the gas and they smash into the car in front of them? And it's also about being proactive. So many times we don't make a rule or a bylaw or something like this until it's too late and someone gets killed or something. So let's be proactive, put something in place, and it's for the safety of the people doing it and for the people in the automobiles as well. So it's another tool in our arsenal to try to help the citizens of St. Catharines.
All right, Councillor Miller, you are next.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if any staff could speak to the capacity of our current capacity in bylaw, because I know one of the complaints I get is we don't have enough enforcement of existing bylaws. Is that not a fair criticism of individual bylaw officers or anything like that, but is that a fair assessment of our current capacity, or do we have capacity for new bylaws? So my concern here is this would be fairly significant enforcement.
Through the mayor to Councillor Miller, yeah, thank you for that question. We're appreciative of the clause that explores enforcement options, because you're quite correct. There are, you know, especially in certain seasons, significant volume of bylaw requests that we're unable to get to and have to come up with innovative, cost-effective measures to address those, as well as with new bylaws coming on and prepping for things like the public space bylaw. Those are stretching resources thin. So we're appreciative of the movers' second operative clause regarding options and best practices, because we'll be looking to those communities to seeing how they do that, what's already available in the Highway Traffic Safety Act. So thank you for that opportunity to explore that, and hopefully we can do that with minimal resources, that there are options in play, given other communities have done that. We do note that preliminary research, other communities who have starting to look at this do have larger teams. So we'll take a look at that, and if there are, you know, not enforcement options we can do at low cost, we'll certainly provide an indication of what those costs could be and what the various jurisdiction roles are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to see this come back to us. My concerns are about enforcement, and similar to my concerns about public spaces bylaw, about how this will actually impact those who subsist on panhandling. I can express those in Q1 2026, I'm sure. Could I just ask our staff direction when consulting with the police if we could get some information on accidents involving that are connected to panhandling, and also maybe if we could consult even briefly with community services at the region just for their insight, because I know this would impact some of their clientele who they service. So if we could just get those perspectives, that'd be, I think, valuable for us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo Councillor Townsend's comments. A lot of phone calls and emails I get, we have a couple gentlemen on either end of the 406 and one that walks up and down the median between Glendale and the 406 under the overpass. And they're not complaining about the panhandling, they're afraid somebody's going to get hurt. they don't mind offering money, they don't mind offering food, they don't mind offering water. But what they do worry about is the woman who is trying to get quickly onto the QEW and she almost hits the guy in the middle of the intersection or at the corner of the 406 coming off. And some people are so concentrated on the car in front of them, they may not notice the guy standing there just with a little sign. So I hope that everyone will at least consider supporting this, because it's not about restricting people from panhandling. It's about making sure that they're safe, they get home, and they get some money for their food.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate the intention behind this motion. I guess I just question the Safe Streets Act already bans people from standing on roads to ask for money. The Highway Traffic Act also doesn't allow pedestrians to be there, and it's the police that would be enforcing that, or the OPP, depending on the location. So are we setting ourselves up to fail at something when we already have those elements? And I know they're already illegal. And I guess my concern is, Niagara Falls is currently doing a pilot project, which I think is probably even a more effective way of doing things. They've targeted a specific intersection. They've put physical barriers up. On most of the places that are mentioned, it would be a regional road. 4th Avenue is regional, so it would be a regional. We'd need the region to support it, but they've also put signs up and are indicating to people to not to not give money to panhandlers, which also is a helpful, when it comes to safety. Also, as Councillor Miller mentioned, when it comes to enforcement, I guess my question is we know our bylaw team is already stretched thin, just with basic things. I did give a call to the police chief, Chief Forty, regarding this motion, and he did express some concerns, just about enforcement that is the city going to expect the NRP to enforce it when they're already kind of stretched thin? I guess the other municipalities that have done something similar, Toronto, London, Ottawa, they've really, really focused on engagement with the community and the folks who are at those intersections and are in danger, and making sure that they are reaching the services we need. So I think when it comes to this, I think I would ask that we wait and see what Niagara Falls pilot project does. Is it effective? Or make sure that the people who are that it's not about enforcement. It is about educating and having the social community organizations who are already doing a good job engaging with folks. We have welcoming streets. That can be expanded, hopefully. They are dealing with the population. I'm just concerned that we're setting ourselves up for failure, that without proper enforcement and overall, are we just making more work? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. As just to echo Councillor McPherson's point about there already being laws and regulations that are around how people use our streets, and these are enforced by the police. This feels like adding another layer of bureaucracy. It also feels that it's somewhat unnecessary, and also feels as though we're further risking and stigmatizing the most vulnerable. I mean, I don't know. Depending on what comes to us through bylaw, it does feel as though we're punching down rather than actually addressing the root causes of the issue. And so, I'm not going to be able to support this motion. If we can't offer someone something to eat or mental health support, at the very least, I don't think we should be writing bylaws that further risk stigmatizing them. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
No.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, we move on to item 13, call for notices of motion. Are there any notice of motions for the next meeting? Seeing none. Any report requests? Councillor Williamson.
Councillor Mako and I are asking for a comprehensive drought resistance report. Our summers are getting warmer and drier, and we need to adapt our practices to this new reality. Research from Brock University indicates rising annual temperatures in Niagara with projections for further increases, while recent summer conditions have shown periods of significant heat and rainfall deficits, creating conditions that stress local vegetation, including our urban tree canopy. And we're not just talking about anecdotal evidence about this year or a few years in the past. This is statistically solid meteorological evidence. Some recent summers have seen significant rainfall deficits, with some being 60% below average for the season. So this combination of heat and dryness puts stress on trees and other plants, and this is why we must adapt our practices and infrastructure to deal with these evolving climatic conditions, such as implementing new drought-resistant planting materials, revising grass cutting schedules, or enhancing water programs, among other possible changes. This request aligns with our strategic plan, our environmental stewardship pillar, and the climate change emergency declaration that Council previously passed. And I'm happy to, and I know Councillor Mako is, to discuss more of the details with staff when we have an opportunity, but we wanted to table it tonight.
So a comprehensive drought resistance plan. All right. Any other requests? Seeing none, then we have that. All right, moving on. Committee and task force minutes. There were none. Closed session. I will look to the clerk now to read the reason for going into closed session.
A motion to go into closed session for economic development and tourism services, property matter, disposal, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, Section 239(2)C, a proposed or pending disposition of land by the municipality or local board, 54 Church Street, and the council request for FirstOntario Performing Arts Centre, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act, Section 239(2)K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Can I have a mover and a seconder to go in camera? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Away we go. And we're back. 17.1, Economic Development and Tourism Services, Property Matter Disposal, 54 Church Street. Moving this is Councillor McPherson. Seconding is Councillor Ratzlaff. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson? Councillor Dodge? Councillor Harris?
Yes?
Councillor Lindahl?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
17.2, FirstOntario Performing Arts Center. Moving is Councillor McPherson. Seconding is Councillor Lindell. I'll look to the clerk. This is to receive the information as presented.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge? Yes. Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Oui.
Mayor Cisco?
Je ne sais pas comment je peux faire un plus bon. I don't know, I give up. Yes. I was trying to figure out where I was going with that statement and I couldn't go anywhere. Bylaws, can I have a councillor to move the motion? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Stevens, that the bylaws listed on the agenda as A to F be read a first time, considered and passed, and they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Additional bylaw, can I have a councillor to move the motion? I'm going to say Councillor Harris on this one, Councillor Miller as well. That the following additional bylaw A be read a first time, considered and passed, a bylaw to authorize an agreement with the St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation, one reading with respect to 8 Gale Crescent and 29 Riordan, to be considered by council September 22nd, 2025. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Motion to adjourn. Who wants it? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night now.